Call this workshop to order at 4:32. We'll have the clerk call the roll of this rowdy bunch up here that's not paying attention at all.
Councilmember Newton? Councilmember Newton? Councilmember Hannah? Councilmember Alleman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash? Mayor Grubmeyer? All present, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So today we are having a workshop for consideration of options and recommendation for the Moreno Arena bleacher replacement project. So we will have our facilities and maintenance director, Hamilton, give us our presentation, please.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight we have before you a workshop for the consideration of options and recommendation for the Moreno Arena bleacher replacement project. We also have Steve Saunders here from Herc Edwards, along with a guest all the way from Texas, Robert Gropey from Sturdy Steel. Both of these gentlemen have helped us over the years with our current bleacher set. They are the experts when it comes to bleachers and will be providing an overview of their services along with their technical knowledge of what is being proposed tonight. With that, I will let these two gentlemen introduce themselves and provide an overview of their two companies and their business partnership.
Hello, my name is Robert Groppe. I'm sales representative for Sturdy Steel Company. In February, I will start my 36th year with the company. I was involved with the initial sale of the bleachers at Ingalls Arena, also the addition, and then also the amphitheater at Weaver. Our company has been manufacturing bleachers since 1934. We became a division of Schultz Industries and a family-owned company in 1987. We're located in Waco, Texas, just in Central Texas. We do our own engineering, our own design, manufacturing, and then we ship the product out here to California. Herc Edwards, Steve Saunders Company is our exclusive representative in Southern California. We employ about 110 folks in Waco, Texas. Have in excess of 100,000 square feet of manufacturing, and are one of the major players in the industry for exterior bleachers.
Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Saunders. I'm with Herc Edwards. We are a local California-based business. We're in Torrance, California. We have been incorporated in 1964. I understand that's about the same time that you guys were incorporated. We have been doing business with Sturdy Steel. I've been doing business personally with Robert Sturdy Steel for over 20 years. I think Herc Edwards goes back with even further. I was not involved with the initial installation, but I certainly was involved with the emergency repair that was done I think close to 2 years ago. And we're here to answer any questions that you have about the existing or any of the proposed. So I appreciate your time tonight. Thanks for having us here.
Moreno Arena is the main arena used during large spectator events at Ingalls Event Center. The existing Sturdy Steel bleachers have been in operation for over 20 years, but water and debris from the arena footing has degraded the structural supports of the bleacher system. This workshop will provide options for council consideration along with staff's recommendation on moving forward with the full bleacher replacement. In 2021, staff noticed severe corrosion on the structural supports for the Moreno Arena bleachers. Staff contracted with Herc Edwards for emergency repairs to the bleachers in the amount of $25,000. Every year since, we have contracted with Herc Edwards to complete the required California Building Code bleacher inspections to ensure that the bleachers meet standards for public use. While temporary repairs have been made to the current bleacher system, the existing structural sections of the bleachers continue to be subject to moisture and continued corrosion due to the lack of drainage and barrier to keep the moist arena footing out from under the bleachers. Pictures of the temporary repairs in 2021 are shown above. The repairs were considered emergency work just before the day of the Cowboy Rodeo. Thankfully, due to our diligent staff at Ingalls Event Center, these issues were resolved immediately so that safety standards were met for the event. This shows the flooding and maintenance, kind of what these structural sections are subject to. You have continued flooding when it rains. You also have arena grooming. We use that water truck. That is one of the main culprits of what causes that damage. Also, we have routine cleaning where we do power wash the bleachers after any event just to get food, sticky residue, and anything else off them. So what we said, while temporary repairs have been made, they are temporary. And with the continued exposure to these conditions, permanent repairs along with protecting the asset needs to be considered to extend the useful life of the bleacher set. All options for the repair and replacement of the bleacher system, including improvements incorporated in each option cost. The improvements include a 3-foot high pony wall to protect the undercarriage of the bleacher set to ensure that water and debris do not coat the structural sections. In addition, the improvements would include a drainage system incorporated into the concrete slab, along with a drainage system for the west pad. With these improvements, we will be protecting city assets and ensuring the longevity of the investment. The slide shown provides a list of options for the repair and replacement of the current bleacher set. There are 4 options for consideration to include the expansion of the current bleacher set to accommodate additional seating at our large spectator events. On this slide, we're showing just an overview of all the different costs that are the initial repair and installation, the cost for the pony wall, drainage, maybe the additional slab for the 2 expansion options, along with the maintenance cost. So you can see it ranges from $813,000 to $3.5 million. Here are the first 2 options for repair and replacement. Option 1. This option would meet the minimum repair standard and would replace the front 15 structural sections and seats of the current bleacher system. This option would allow for a new front section of the bleacher system, but does not take into consideration the amount of wear and damage to the 10 remaining structural sections that have been exposed to routine moisture. In addition, the 10 remaining rows would be 20 years older than the new bleacher section and could cause issues with realignment and consistency. Option 2. This option is the recommended action in moving forward and would replace the existing 25-row bleacher system. This option would allow for a consistent seating experience, updated standards, and a new structural section that would be free from previous damage. With the addition of the pony wall and drainage system, this option would allow for a fresh start to the new bleacher system that would have an estimated useful life of 40 years. Here is the configuration for options 1 and 2. This is the same footprint as what is existing in the arena with 1,917 seats, and this is for an 18-inch seat size. The current bleacher system is used year-round to accommodate various spectator events. During rodeo season, where upwards of 4,800 tickets are sold, temporary bleachers are brought in to serve as additional seating since our current bleacher system can only accommodate just under 2,000 seats. This year, the rodeo committees have spent an estimated $90,000 for temporary bleacher seating to accommodate their successful large-scale events. Some community members have expressed a need for additional bleacher seating at the arena. This would reduce the need for temporary bleachers and allow the rodeo committees to utilize the additional funds to give back to the community or use as seed money for their next rodeo event. While it is understandable that this request has been made, it is important to note that the city currently subsidizes all 3 rodeo events. With contracts that were just approved in 2023, all 3 rodeo events were negotiated to include discounted rates, excluded rates, and priority access. While additional seating would be desirable for these committees, it would also increase the price and scope of work for this project. And looking back at this calendar year, we have had 4 events that have brought in additional seating. The remainder of our events utilize the current bleacher set and would be impacted by the expansion of the bleachers due to their event configuration utilizing the arena cover for the protection of their animals. We have a lot of dog shows that are in Moreno Arena. And if we are to limit the northern or southern half of that canopy, we could potentially lose those clients and lose that revenue. This slide shows the options for repair and expansion. Option 3. Option 3 is the first option that would include additional seating in the arena. It includes the replacement of the existing 25-row bleacher system, along with expansion to accommodate 3,000 seats. This option would also allow the wall and would include the wall and drainage improvements, but it's more than double the amount of the cost for the replacement of the current bleacher set. This bleacher system would have an estimated useful life of 40 years, but would increase inspection and maintenance costs for future years. Option 4 would also include additional seating in the arena. This would include the replacement of the existing 25-row bleacher system and would accommodate 4,000 seats. This option also includes the wall and drainage improvements, but has a significant price difference due to the amount of seating that would be gained. The bleachers would have an estimated useful life of 40 years, but would increase inspection and maintenance costs for future years. And just like I mentioned previously, this option would significantly impact our other events. And we would also need to speak with our rodeo committees about their VIP and where they would potentially place their VIP if this was to be installed. Option 3 shows the configuration of the expansion for 3,000 seats. This option is a little less extensive than option 4. It would not impact the northern and southern side of the canopy as much as the 4,000 seats. And then this shows the configuration for the 4,000 seats, which would wrap around and it would take portions of the northern and southern side of that canopy. The chart above is an analysis of 3 bleacher replacement options. Each of these options includes a new bleacher system that has an expected 40-year life cycle. The new bleacher system would require annual maintenance and inspection to ensure user safety. The 40-year maintenance costs include a conservative yearly 3% increase over the years. If option 2 is approved, city staff will work with Herc Edwards on a sole source contract for the procurement and installation of the sturdy steel bleacher system. In addition, an appropriation of funds for this project will be needed from both the Measure R Committee and the City Council for fiscal year 23-24. The material is estimated to be available in fall of 2024, and staff would coordinate the installation of the block wall drainage system and bleacher installation for completion by February 2025, just in time for that year's Horse Week. Staff will also continue to contract with Herc Edwards for annual inspections and any repairs needed to ensure user safety for this upcoming rodeo season. Tonight, we look forward to council's comments of the options, and we are available for any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. So we'll start with questions first. Berwin, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Amanda, the pony wall would only be on the west side, right?
Correct. Yes, it would just be to protect the bleacher set. Wherever we put the bleachers in, if you choose option 3, option 4, or if you stick with option 1 or 2, it would only go in front of that bleacher set just to protect that undercarriage.
And it wouldn't interfere with the corral panels or arena panels or anything?
No, it would be behind the arena panels. Yeah, it would be on it would be on the west side.
Okay. Another question. Option 2, get the numbers right. I think it's 1.3 million. for, 1,900 seats. Is that correct? 1,970 something?
Yes, it would be the same amount of bleacher seats we have right now. It's 1,917, and that's with the 18-inch seat size.
Right. Okay, then you go on up here, option 3, that would go up to 3,000 seats
Mhm.
is, 1.4 million more expensive. How come we'd only get 1,000 more seats? Cost more money. You get 1,900 for 1.3 million, and you only get 1,000 for another 1.4. What's the,
You're going from an 18-inch seat, which is current, to 24. So you're increasing that by 6 inches per seat, which makes you extend the bleachers more, but you're not getting as many seats to accommodate that. The other issue you have is you're creating a miter or transition in that area, and those are more expensive. There's more steel in those miters to make those transitions, and all that aluminum in those transitions has to be fill cut in order to install it.
Add in the wall.
okay,
But yes, the key there is you're going from an 18-inch seat that you have now to all 24-inch seats. So you're increasing your seating width, which increases the overall length of the bleachers that you're getting.
okay. Thank you, sir.
And I believe it was in years past, the council did vote on a 24-inch seat size. I think it was one of our fee schedules that we were looking at because it's just a little bit more realistic on the size of the seat.
Why are you grinning? Cause I got a funny idea about that too. Jenny Craig went out of business, so the seats had to be bigger. But
18 inches code and industry standard, that's the minimum. You can make seats as wide as you want to make them, but you can't go any less than 18 inches. So as an industry and to follow building code, everything is based on 18-inch per person.
and that 18's been around for a long, long time.
As long as I've been doing it for 36 years, and it's been around that long, I know at least.
Right. And another thing, I know you've done your research and everything, but, I was asked, and I got to think about it. Did we go out to bid with other companies? I mean, like get two or three bids on these?
We have not gone out to bid on this project. We've been working solely with Herc Edwards. I think the initial idea was, how can we replace what we have there? And after working with Herc Edwards and seeing the options and listening to these two gentlemen, I don't feel like replacement really is, or repair is really a good option for us. I feel like the full replacement of this is the best option, just to start fresh with a new bleacher set that doesn't have any damage, and that's really going to last us 40 years or more. So no, we have not gone out to any sort of bid. We were considering using this as a sole source since we've really started the process with Herc Edwards and Sturdy Steel. If we were to go out to bid, these two companies would be excluded because that would be a 1090 conflict, because we really haven't started them with the design process, not the design process, but the overall process for an RFP or any type of design that we have, that we would potentially go out to bid for.
But the bid would only be for new stuff, replacement, not any repair stuff, if we went out to bid.
Yeah, but I think, Herc Edwards really has like an unfair advantage, so they would be excluded from being able to bid on this project.
Okay, and one more question. What happens to the bleachers we take out?
I believe it's also, so they would use them as scrap metal, but I believe there's a cost savings in the labor for this that's included.
It's a great question. We get that a lot, and in today's day and age, we certainly want to repurpose and recycle as much as we possibly can and keep stuff out of landfills. So when we were putting the proposal together for Amanda, we explained to her that we would recycle all the aluminum and we would recycle all the steel. And we have approximate, and it's a fluctuating market, but we have some historical data on what that's worth. And we basically used that to reduce the overall demolition cost. So we took what we think it's worth, took that off the demolition cost as a cost savings. So,
Well, there's no way that you could take some of those that are good and make like 2 or 3 little, three-row bleachers to set over by Clark, put them on skids. You know, it'd be just small, like little bleachers Robin had
Like that, like,
redone that got whipped out in the tornado.
yeah. So we're talking about like temporary bleachers that we would roll out.
sure, we'd have to take a look at the condition of the seat boards and the footboards and riser boards. And if you're asking if we can take the seat boards off that existing bleacher, and Robert, you'd have to help me out here with, we could bring in new understructure for like a 3-row bleacher and rebuild it. Using the existing frames that are out there, no, we couldn't create a smaller bleacher out of them. They're built to be much bigger bleachers. We may be able to repurpose the planks if they're in good shape and cut them down and bring in some smaller 3-row frame understructure to create smaller bleachers. That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Newton.
Just a couple to start. Amanda, on your cost on the concrete slab, let me get back to it. The $200,000, either options 1 or 2. Is that using the existing slab or that number or completely demoing that out?
No, so that is using the existing slab that we have there now. We would cut into it and install the drainage in that slab, but this is the intent, but the intent behind this cost is to use the existing slab there.
And then the footings and the pony wall are allowed in this $200,000 number?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess this is going to be a Dave question to start. With the drainage, and I talked to Amanda about this, my concern is that, like we did in the barn, we put in a ACO drain system. Are you proposing something to that effect?
Combination. We, as Amanda said in the report, we have water intrusion from three sources. We got the arena water where they're taking the dust down.
Right.
That's encroaching into it. That's what the purpose of the pony wall is, to stop that water intrusion and keep the water on the arena itself. We have it from the cleanup where you're hosing down everything. That just sits on the slab because it was poured flat. And then we have water intrusion from the outside that migrates in. So the intent is, yeah, a perfect world, it would have been great if we had some sumps and some low points in that slab. We don't. So we're going to try and just put in a bunch of inlets to try and collect that water that comes down from when they clean the bleachers. And then we also want to put in like a trench drain, similar to the pole barn, at the outer edge to collect any intrusion from the outside.
Far west side.
Yes. Yeah.
That would blow in.
Yes.
So we believe the slab to be flat. There's no positive slope to it, right? And it's probably up and down, up and down. So with any of the trench drains, when you saw cut that slab, and hopefully there's rebar in there, right?
It's probably it could be mesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since we have no idea.
It says Parks Crews installed the slab.
Probably mesh then.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that Parks installed that slab. We don't even know what date we did it, so. But whether it's mesh or rebar or whatever, once you saw cut that, what about the integrity of the slab as far as like differential movement? How do we work with that?
Well, we're hoping that the slab's at 4 to 6 inches thick. Amanda thinks it might be 5 inches. That's enough that we could get some dowels in. Well, the contractor would saw cut a slot to put in the inlet in the pipe. And then they drill into the existing slab on either end at 24-inch spacing and put in rebar that goes in 12 inches of existing slab and 12 inches into the new concrete to try and lock it in place. And if it turns out to be a little thinner, we can always excavate and create a thickened edge on either side, where you go back 6 inches or 12 inches underneath the existing slab, put in additional concrete to try and lock it in that way. Again, there's not a whole lot of loading on it other than parking some equipment on it, or you store equipment and whatnot. So there's not a whole lot of
that leads to the next step, but if you have movement in that slab, all these columns are bearing on that, right?
Yeah. It's going to be in the, we're going to place these inlets in, obviously not close to the columns or the support. So we're going to be in the middle spans. So there shouldn't be a whole lot of impact to the structural integrity of that slab.
Okay.
And I think really too, in talking with Herc Edwards as well, it's
Thanks,
not so
Dave.
much the water. I mean, if we are able to get the water off that west pad, that would help tremendously.
Right.
And then also keeping that arena footing, that moist arena footing that comes
Sure.
in and it takes onto those structural sections. That's what's causing the corrosion. It's not so much, when we power wash it, I'm not too worried about that. I'm more worried about keeping that arena footing off of those structural sections.
Correct.
And then
Right.
keeping that rainwater and everything on that west pad that pours into the undercarriage of the bleacher system.
So that leads me to a question for you, but let's start with the first one. Do you know when we installed those bleachers?
Those were done in '02. The addition,
Pay
the
me.
initial, the initial bleacher was done. So you've got two phases here.
Right.
The initial was done in '99. The 10-row and crosswalk addition was done in '02. I'm looking here at the 10-row addition, which this is the slab for the existing 15-row and then the 10-row addition. So we engineered the slab on the original. This would have been submitted to the city for permit. So it's a 5-inch, we're showing a 5-inch slab with a 24-inch turn down around the perimeter. We're showing number 4 bars at
Okay.
18-inch on center both ways. So this is what we sent to the city. This is what our engineer, Jack Howard, has sealed to support that. So I'm going to make the assumption that whoever put the slab in followed this plan.
And it doesn't matter. This is just and when we get back into discussion, trying to go back in history 20 years to figure out how we got there, that there were no bleachers when we built the arena cover.
Correct.
So, and that cover was built in 2000. And so
It's very strange because we pulled permits and we have some from 1999, and then it even shows from 1996 that the arena cover was built. So I'm going back.
and I
in
know
time,
it was
very
2000, 2001. Yeah, and there was nothing there, believe me. So I'm going, how did we have this, But, so, back on the corrosion, if we go back, obviously with new, can we, so we get the full 40-year life on this, could we set the support columns on either leveling nuts, or pilasters? It's got to be a hard,
This type of design with the frame bleachers every 6 foot and the X bracing,
right?
it transfers the load uniformly, and that base ankle has to bear down on the concrete slab. That's where it's getting its strength. So it's not designed for shimming, grouting, or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Whatever the base is it's sitting on is what it will sit on. However, level. So if you went out there and your concrete slab is like this,
Right.
bleachers are gonna be like that.
Right.
Because it bears down, and then it gets screw anchored into the concrete slab
On your base ankle.
on our base angle.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Same thing for the ramps and the stairs. They also bear on the slab too.
Okay. So all that is just hard. So there's no way to prevent that.
Correct. With this type of bleacher, that's the way the design is. It sits right down on grade or slab or rock or whatever it's going to go on.
Okay.
In California, they require that this be anchored because it's considered to be a permanent structure.
Right.
So it has to go on slab.
Speak to the galvanized process and I think concerns. Why did this break down in the first place? How do we-
Right. Well, my next question was going to be on that material,
Yes.
on your base plate material.
Uh-huh.
Is that galvanized or is it
Yes.
just a primer?
So we fabricate all the raw steel, and when I say fabricate, we cut it,
Mhm.
punch it, and weld it. All those frames come out here as a welded unit. And after we fabricate it, we send it in this hot dip galvanized to a G60 process. And all G60 means is the thickness, and it has a life expectancy of 60 years under normal usage. Normal usage is not sitting in water or sitting in mud or anything of that nature. Anything you do to that as far as a material is going to corrode over time. So all of our product that is steel gets hot dip galvanized. So anything on that stand, the frames, the guardrail posts, the ramp frames, all of that structure is all hot dip galvanized after it's fabricated and before it's shipped out.
Okay.
Now, the repairs were done because of the urgency of getting those out here. We did those with black iron. We did not coat those. We had to get them out here and get that bleacher safe. So what you have now is going to deteriorate at a faster rate
Certainly.
than if it were galvanized or
Right.
any other type of material.
I'm just trying to think if when you galvanize those base plates, is there any other preventive method we could use to make sure that we get that full life, like whether we epoxied around the base plate to the slab, just to keep any type of penetration?
I have no history with that.
Okay.
It certainly could be an option that you could look at. The interesting part about the pony wall is, so when I was researching back on this, there were some notations in our file from our engineers. So we had an in-house engineer that oversaw our engineering department. He passed away a couple of years ago. We have a third-party engineer in California that actually reviews all of the product, and he stamps it. All bleacher companies do that for liability purposes. It's all third-party engineer. There was some design criteria in there for a pony wall and some notes from our engineer to that effect, but I don't know why that didn't go forward. But that certainly was an option that was looked at originally. And anything you can do to keep, especially the mud and stuff from sitting in there, with the drainage system you're talking about, if you get water off that slab and don't let it sit on there, that's good. But when you put mud and things of that nature and it sits on there and those angles sit down on there, it's going to deteriorate. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. And you can see now with those pictures how those repairs have started to
Right.
deteriorate. And those are 2 years old.
So just a couple of quick questions
Uh-huh.
left. And this was in, as Councilman Hannah mentioned, like repurposing or reusing different sections. And my concern is also with, I guess, with the repairs that you did, do you know or any idea of the degree of fatigue that we're experiencing now?
I don't, not unless you sent the lab out there to take a look at it. I mean, you could do a visual on it, but you would have to climb up in there and look at all of that. And you could hire a testing lab to come out and make an analysis of that as an engineer. But no, I wouldn't have any idea.
Corrosion leads to fatigue, and that's why I'm thinking maybe we'd be
Correct.
just
And-
throwing
and
our
I-
money away trying to reuse a lot of this.
Well, on the repair option, that would be a concern because as she mentioned, you're talking about a product that's already 20 years old.
Right. Right.
With a life expectancy of 40 years. And if you come in and put new structure on the front of that, you've got a combination of those two. Also addressing the reusing of the aluminum and that stuff out there. These bleachers are made in 5-row sections. So 5, 10, 15 is how we started. Then we added 20, 25 in the crosswalk. So if you were to use any of that material out there as far as the understructure, you would have to use it in 5-row. And when you take that apart, then you have all kind of issues with no guardrails, no aisles going up it, no handicap. It creates a snowball.
Right.
The aluminum is going to be in probably 12, 18, or 24-foot lengths because the frames are set at 6-foot centers. So if you took that aluminum, whatever you do with it, unless you cut it, it would need to be in whatever length the aluminum is out there now. Aluminum has been in the market since the 70s. We don't replace aluminum unless it's stolen or unless it gets hail damage or something of that nature. It's going to last. So hopefully that answers the question on the
It does. And then just one last one on the bleachers today, and you would have it on your drawings, were those designed to be expandable? And if we go with new bleachers, can we have that designed as to be expandable?
Yes. So in our world, when you design something and you know a customer's going to expand, it is always easier and less expensive to expand in length than it is in rows. We're already maxed out in the number of rows at 25 with the crosswalk. And what we have done with these drawings is basically take the initial 138-foot stand and on the additional seating, just expanded it to get you where you need to be on the 3,000 and on the 4,000.
Were the original bleachers designed to be expandable?
Yes.
They were.
And they've already been expanded once in number of rows.
Okay, good,
And they can be expanded in length too.
great. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for now, Robert.
Councilmember Alleman?
Sure. So mine is really just a recap of the math. So we budgeted $600,000 that was approved to replace them. But now looking at what it would take to make the repairs, it would be $813,000. And so when we compare that to getting new bleachers, it's just around $500,000 more, given that they're 20 years old already and that they are corroding quite quickly. If we put in brand new bleachers and spend, $800,000 on brand new bleachers, we're still going to have problems very soon. So it kind of seems to me, a bit like throwing good money after bad, because we're going to spend, $750,000 in 10 years. We might still have to replace everything because we're going to have problems. So, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And certainly the case has been made, I think, for me at least, in, not just fixing this and kicking the can down the road, but if we're going to spend that much money, then we need to do it right. And we need to make sure we have a product that's going to last and we have a setup that's going to last so we don't continue to have this issue.
Mayor Pro Tem Bash?
Good evening. Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. So if we were to go with just sort of talking this out, if we go to 4,000 seats, what happens to those events? In other words, your dog shows, your different things like that. And 4,000 seats, I mean, for concerts, I've been told 7,000 seats is the magic number. Obviously, we can't do that. But 4,000 seats, do we have any activities that we're looking at that we're trying to move forward? Would that open us up to a lot more stuff?
I mean, there's a potential to, have different shows or concerts. You could have people sitting in the bleachers and then also on the arena floor for a concert or something like that. But we are limited by our parking, right?
Right.
In the report, it said about like 4,800 people. That's what we can really accommodate comfortably. I think it's something to consider, but when we talk about, the configuration of option 4, it would impact a lot of our dog shows that we have, and we do have a lot of them. It would also impact the the VIP areas for Mounted Posse, Horse Week, and the fair. We would be losing a lot of room under that arena cover, and during the summer, if people want to be under there. In rain events, they want to be under there, but it's mostly for summer and to keep everything out of that sun.
And then what about an option where you would do your center, but then do temporaries? And then I know that, just in talking with the Silver Lakes folks, if you were to use temporaries and go back and forth, because they have big events also, how feasible is that really?
To go temporary on the north and south side.
Right.
I mean, that would be the same thing that we're doing for the events now.
Yeah, so maybe, I'm thinking maybe purchase something like that. And then I had the same question about, I don't know, I'll just kind of say it. I was a commissioner when we did that. And I think we did that like in 2000, 2001, because it wasn't there. But I actually remember them pouring the concrete. And I don't remember who poured it. I don't remember any of that stuff. But what bothers me is, why didn't they pour it right? And I heard somebody say it's because we had no money. We had to do everything on the cheap. And that's kind of just how we did everything. So we did a lot of stuff in-house. I'm a little bothered by the no bid thing, but I'm confident in what I'm hearing. So I'm kind of on the fence. Team with Silver Lakes, I don't know how possible that is. Portables. One of the things, and the green storage. Where can we put the green storage thing so we have a couple hundred more cars? Is there any place you can think of?
The yard for
You live right down the street. You got that
my
big
backyard's full,
backyard.
Kevin. My backyard's full.
Uh,
Are you talking about the yard that we
Yeah.
use?
That was, now I know about that. That was temporary for our former landscaping company. It was just going to be temporary. And all of a sudden became permanent.
We have all of our panels are stored there, all of our equipment stored there, all of our golf carts. We have electrical charging there for our golf carts. We have Connex boxes. We have, a community service storage there as well. We have our sand, rock, anything
it's
that
there.
we use up there. I don't know where else we could potentially put it, but
What about the area right across, right behind to the west of the animal control shelter?
West Indian, behind Nellie Weaver Hall?
Or put it behind the building? If you have to take a parking, why not put it behind except you'd see it from the street maybe. Put it behind where the big tower is, the water tower, the satellite, the dish, the phone tower thing that sits in the middle of the west parking lot. Put it behind that little building.
What we have right now is we have about an acre of space that we're using. That doesn't include the trash bins that we have out there as well. If we put it in parking lot 2, we would also be losing parking there as well. It's estimated about an acre. So they say 80 cars per acre. So you'd only be gaining 80 spaces if we were to remove that. Also, where that equipment is located, it's easy access for staff to get in there to get whatever equipment they need, because the majority of their work is done on the arena level.
How many cars can be parked in an acre?
80.
80. And then the other thing is, let's face it, we're not building this to make money. This is like building a park or a ball field or something like that to create community. But I'm wondering if we should think in the future. I actually remember when we first talked about this, I think it was like $400,000 to build the bleachers. Do you remember how much it was? It didn't seem that expensive. You guys built them. Do you remember what they cost? Yeah. Yeah.
$89,000.
$89,000?
But this was just for 10 rows, I believe.
Jeez. So anyway, I just wonder since we're doing our general plan, if we need to think 25 years down the line. I just kind of wonder that. So I'm a little concerned. How far will those come where the various performers enter? In other words, that gate, how close will that come? Will it be the same spot as where it is now when they put the temporaries in? Yeah, like let's say you do the south and north. And why would it impact the dog shows? Just out of curiosity.
The dog shows, they have their kennels and everything under that north side to protect their animals. They utilize that whole northern portion of the arena cover. They also use that south portion, but that northern portion is heavily used by them.
And there's no way to figure out a way to put them where we keep the livestock and things like that? Is it just for shade, or is that how they're?
It's for shade and access.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Right. I just have one question. Have any of the groups that bring in the extra bleachers been approached or asked about the project at all or potential project?
No, not yet. You know, I really, it was kind of to get a feel from the council tonight on how they felt about expansion, and then, you know, just give you the facts, give you exactly what's going on out there, so we can move forward.
Okay, thanks. So do we have public comment? You've already met your question limit, but I'll let you to have another one.
It kind of goes with yours that I spoke to Mike Montgomery the other day, and 20 years ago, he was with Hal Clark on the Horse Week Committee, and was just kind of trying to remember and how we got here, right? And with the bleachers, and what Mike brought up to me was that if we were going to expand those, what was the impact to the BIP areas? That one group wants it on the north end, one wants it on the south end. And he said at that time, 20 years ago, they got all the major horse groups together in a room and they worked it all out. And that's how we came up with this configuration that we have today. So I just want to throw that into your.
And that's something that we would probably, if the council chooses for expansion, we would have to do that again and hopefully come to a set, a set layout which each group follows. I mean, that would be nice for us too, so, you know, we could work around that, but it would definitely be a discussion between those groups.
The first speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Hi, everyone. As you begin your talks and review the staff report, please consider option 2 is not a good choice. The average adult male shoulder width is 22 inches. Hips of Americans continue to expand. And according to Harvard School of Public Health, 69% are overweight and 1 out of 3 American are obese. The average person will take 22 inches, which equates to 1,568 seats, not the 1,917 seats that are proposed at that 18 inches. Option 3 is not a bad choice. Staff used these numbers on page 11 of their report. And option 4, while scary, is the best choice. Ask yourself which gives the greatest ROI or ROR and allows for more growth. You need to be innovative and you need to be forward thinkers. If you want to keep our namesake Horsetown, USA, you need to ensure we can accommodate the industry and lifestyle. And what better way to do that is to have a venue with ample seating to support one of the top 7 sports in the United States. $90,000 is spent annually either by the city and or the city nonprofits on portable bleachers. That's money gone. There's no long-term rate or return on investment. The new bleachers have a life expectancy of 40 years. So let's look at the long-term ROI or ROR on that 90,000. 90,000 times 40 years is $3.6 million. But that doesn't take into account an inflation index. So let's add just a small number, 2.5% inflation index. The ROR would be made up in less than 22 years. In 2050-51, you will have met your ROI, let's say $3.65 million with an ROR of $3.76 million, all from that $90,000 annual city or organization expense for portable bleachers. 12 years before the bleachers have met their life expectancy. In 40 years, your rate of return would be $6.26 million versus the $5.1 million of total costs in the packet that you received. And this doesn't take into account how many more events the city could host because of the additional seating. As of last year, more statistics. Rodeos are one of America's fastest growing sports. Professional rodeo is 7th in overall attendance for major sporting events. According to Sports Business Daily, pro rodeos draw in a fan base of over 43 million people. There are more than 600 PRCA sanctioned rodeos in the United States. There are roughly 40 professional association events annually throughout the state of California, and that doesn't include informal community rodeos. Those that attend rodeos usually arrive in numbers of 3, which would require 1,300 parking spaces. More seating allows for larger purses, which in turn allows for more rodeos and more people coming to Norco. One of the best quotes from a great movie, "If you build it, he will come, they will come." I truly believe if you're willing to take the risk and select option 4, you will make a sound decision for the city and allow for growth with a positive ROR. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bunny Slager.
Good afternoon. I come representing Horse Week since our president, vice president, and secretary are all gainfully employed, and I'm not. I am currently the treasurer of Horse Week, so I can tell you that I wrote a check for $34,000 plus to rent bleachers this year. And one of the reasons the bleachers cost so much is they have to be engineered. So Kevin, where you mentioned temporary bleachers, every time you put them up, you still have the engineering cost. So that's why temporary bleachers are so expensive. It's not just renting them, but they have to make sure that they're not going to cave in. And I imagine some of you probably all read where somewhere in the world, a whole bunch of people were in bleachers and jumping up and down in the bleachers cave. So the engineering is very important. As the Horse Week representative, we would like to push for the 4,000 seat bleachers. Since you do need to replace, this is the time to upgrade. When you did the sound system, you didn't do the same sound system. You upgraded to a better sound system. This is a chance to upgrade Ingalls. We had a term a few years back where Ingalls was one corner of the Golden Triangle. And this would be a chance to enhance this corner of the Golden Triangle. It's just not the 3 big groups that use the more bleachers. Yes, it is now with Day of the Cowboy, which currently has, by renting bleachers, was able to handle 2,400 people, but with the same basic cost could go to 4,000 with the extra bleachers. But there is the possibility to bring larger groups in that maybe would be looking for more capacity, and we don't have it. Granted, it's not going to be used all the time. The Rose Bowl, well, it used to be 105,000. I think now it's more like 100,000. There aren't 100,000 people there for every event, but they still have that capacity. I hope that as you look at configurations, and I hope you do include all of the big groups, I hope you don't choose a configuration for dog shows, but for horse-related events. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Greg Bowen.
Thank you, guys. Start off, everybody I've talked to about the green fence up there, it needs to be gone. I mean, it's just like, I've been around here pretty much my whole life. Ingalls Park used to have facilities to board your horses in stalls. The city says, oh, it's too costly to repair that, so we're gonna tear it down, we're gonna build it back. That was 30 years ago. And I'm afraid that's gonna happen to our bleachers. We're gonna put something smaller. And the city's really good about tearing stuff down, but not rebuilding it back, not including the barn. That was phenomenal. Everybody loves that. But I see by past experience, we had barns down there that we used in that lower section And a lot of people don't remember that we're on the city now. They promised, oh yeah, we're gonna put it back. It never came back. They tore it out. They used it for storage, and the storage stayed until we got the green fence, and we put everything up there. Everybody, we need to get that going because that's parking. And all the committee, I do security for the fair, horse week, and the rodeo, and that's the complaint I get on all three events. We need to have 4,000 seats. Configuration on 4 looks great on paper, but you can accommodate it by separating, use the bleachers we have now, and then put like we do for the rodeo, and still have room for VIP, still have room for dog shows. They can go in that B area on either side. You can set them back a little bit. You can have the catwalk or however you want to design. We're all about going to a meeting and help have all 3 groups, even all the groups, whoever wants to come and brainstorm to build a set of bleachers for it. But my other concern is we build this thing, aluminum is supposed to last a long time. That's why they built horse trails, so they don't rot in salt, when you have back east. Here we have bleachers that are rotting out in the bottoms. And it's scary. Is it only gonna last another 20 years? I mean, we don't know that. It's going with a different type of metal, so we don't know. But I think, and just my opinion, is repair the ones we got now, spend the money and build 2 more. And if we have to go overboard and make the other ones good, they're a good set of bleachers. They look good, they feel good. I know they have issues, but they can be fixed. And they look good. They feel good when you sit in them. Everybody loves them. They were ecstatic, and they still like them. They just wish we had more on the sides. So, and that's all I got. Thank you.
I have no further comments, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council just for probably wrap up discussion and a little more direction for staff. So, Berwin, anything? Greg?
Yeah, I'm right now leaning to either options 3 or option 4. I'll disagree with you a little bit, Greg, on rebuilding what we have. My conversation that we had earlier with the fatigue of the steel and the condition of it. And the other part of that would be the liability. Is sturdy steel going to take the liability for temporary repairs? And I'm going to think not. But I think more important, whether it's 3 or 4, is the 4 major shows that we have. Those groups need to sit down and work it out, because you can have the VIP, you can either sit in a moat area or you can go back up in the stands, and it's what is the preference of those major groups. And I wouldn't dismiss the dog shows, because we do a lot of them and they do make revenue, and those are our money makers. And so you don't want to impact that. Also with the layout, egress to the arena itself, and then also with equipment, art trailers, all of that, if there's going to be impacts in that area too. So I think one is a discussion with the groups, and then maybe go the next step and try to narrow down, which option somewhat fits. My other concern is we can't keep relying on Measure R money. We use it as this, okay, we'll take it out of Measure R. Then we take road work out of Measure R. We take this out of Measure R. And pretty soon, there's going to be no Measure R money. And so I like to stay concerned about that also. maybe part of this has got to come out of general funds. That's about all I have to say at this point. Amanda, does that give you any somewhat of direction way with the groups? Or at least my recommendation.
Yes, I think, anything we do, I mean, we value our rodeo groups here. We want their events to be successful, and definitely partnering with them and getting their ideas is something that is definitely on the table for this.
Catherine?
I just turned it off. So for me, I think there's a clear, the data clearly points that we need to replace it if we're looking at being fiscally responsible and prudent with our taxpayer dollars. For me, I'm really looking at option 2. So for a couple of reasons. One is I sent some questions in advance. One of the things that I asked was how many events per year do we have that exceed the current seat capacity? And right now that's 4 that were listed in the presentation. And I also wanted to know how many requests, right, do we have for potential events? Are we getting a lot of requests? I want to know, because if we are, then that's something that definitely we want to look at in our analysis of what we should do. And right now we have not received very many requests, if any at all. Some of the events that have asked that are large events are Fiesta del Charro events. Those have about 6,000 to 7,000 people. So even with a bleacher expansion, we wouldn't be able to accommodate those. And then the other piece is parking. So if we have 3,000 or 4,000 seats, when we look at the fair capacity was 5,000. We had traffic back down 6th Street for an hour. Parking was a mess. We had a lot of complaints from residents. There's been multiple times at Silver Lakes where the traffic was backed all the way down Hamner because they had similar parking issues with the way that their events were set up, and people weren't able to get in and out. So I'm concerned that as much as I would love to expand and build a big, huge, beautiful arena and have all these events, that the space that we have was not designed to hold that many people on a regular basis. And I have to think about the impacts that would have. And certainly we do support our community groups with our discounted fees, with our staff time, paying for sheriff's time. I think that for me, I see that there is a lot of support that comes for these events and has been historically, because we want them to succeed and we want them to continue. In hearing that the bleachers can be expanded, because we would be looking at expanded them longitudinally if things changed, if we have a number of events that are now coming in, that we could have a plan for the parking to address this. But I just don't have the analysis that backs up for me spending that kind of money, another $2 million or $3 million, when we don't have any events that we know that we will have that will bring in extra revenue. With Ingalls, we subsidize Ingalls. It's a wonderful community thing. It does a lot for a community. You cannot find it anywhere else. But at this point, I just don't have the data that supports spending that much money. We're already going to be going over what we had budgeted. And I don't know that I certainly at this point would not support taking it out of the general fund or any of our reserves. And so that does leave Measure R, which it does feel like, okay, so already we're going to be over budget. Even if we just did repairs, we would be over our 600K. Replacing it, that's another 500 that we're putting in. And so then to look at, okay, well, now we're going to put 2 or 3 million. I don't know that I'm not ready for that yet, but I really appreciate that we looked at all this, because I think we need to look at, if we're going to spend this much money, what does this much get us? What does this much get us? And that's a discussion to have. And certainly, I respect the opinions of my colleagues who may, disagree with me, right? But that's where I am in hearing all of the information that I've had and looking at, what's the best decision to make right now with our, the taxpayer money that we have.
Kevin?
Lisette, I'm going to put you on the hot seat. We already had this conversation, so I prepped you. So how much unencumbered right now is in the Measure R?
About 6.8 million.
And how much unencumbered in the general fund?
Before reserves, 33.5, with our reserves, 20.2 million.
Okay, so 33.5 million, and then encumbrances on top of that drop down to 20. Thank you. So parking is definitely an issue, but one of the things we have to look at, and I really believe this, is, does anybody know how many circuses are left in the United States? 18. Do you know how many circuses with exotic animals are left in California? None. How many people have heard about them trying to end rodeos in the state of California? It's a real movement. And I don't know if they'll be able to do it. They're also trying to end horse racing. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that or not, but I hadn't thought about the fact you could have seats in the arena. I can remember having these conversations as a commissioner where we didn't want to spend the money. We didn't want to spend the money. And had we spent the money for what we were actually building, we probably would be in a better spot right now. And so I have to look at this arena. I mean, I think this council is totally Horsetown USA. We do not get enough credit for the battles we're fighting every single day, and we all have ulcers. And it's a battle, but we also have to look at the fact that we have we have the framework for a world-class pair of arenas. And we also have to be realistic, because I think when we make 50% on the parks, we're really happy. It's like, wow, 50%, that's wonderful, because there's a component of this that is for the community. So, but we also have to look at, what if rodeos become as limited and all of a sudden they all move to Arizona? You have major rodeos that used to be in California. You also have to look at the fact that the more seats you have, Sigrid made this point, you have bigger purses. And bigger purses attract bigger rodeos. I also think, though, like Greg, we can't negate the other kinds of animal shows, llama shows, dog shows, because we have to cover some of these costs. But I'm also with Catherine in that, well, actually, I'm leaning toward the 4,000 seats. But I need to talk to the NHA. I need to talk to the various groups to find out what their needs are. I need to talk to the dog people to find out if there's a shady spot we can put them. In terms of the parking, we bought that piece of property at the corner of California and 6th specifically for parking. By the way, everybody forgets that while there was parking down below, there was a mountain where the second arena is. Everybody forgets that that grew about 300 parking spaces. And so, I mean, they don't realize that entire eastern side was a mountain. And so they opened up all of that. That said, I think somehow, Amanda, you've got to figure out a place to put that elsewhere. And I don't know how you're going to do it. Again, you have a very big backyard. It's right down the road. Put in a gate or right there. You could rent space. But I think that we really do need to figure that out. And then the other thing, no, I guess we can't do. I was thinking maybe, if the Eats Center's not growing anything, we could park something down there, but that's not going to work. So I need to talk to some people. General fund, non-animal, 50% need to talk to groups. Storage, expandable. I'm leaning toward the 4,000, but I need to talk to the groups first. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple of comments. I am leaning towards option 3 or 4 as well. I guess my recommendation would be kind of patterned a little bit out of how we came up with the concept and ideas for the barn, that we had all the stakeholders at the table to start with, just some general discussions, no commitments to anything, idea gathering and concepts and things. And then once we had all those on paper, we narrowed it down to a committee, and then the committee did the work. I think that was a highly effective and very good way to do that. And I think this project would have a similar, potential, just because of the number of groups and folks that we're looking at and the various uses for the bleachers and those things. And then you know, I think I'm also kind of, you build it, they will come. There's fewer and fewer places where folks can get the kind of amenities and things that we have here. And then the ability to have jackpot shows for livestock. That's another one of those things that people are constantly looking for, venues to have jackpot shows for their livestock. And we have one already on the calendar for like January of 25. So I think that would be my general kind of direction. And I think having the discussions in a informal environment, I think there's some other options that the larger groups might be able to come up with that would help with the overall scope of the project as well. So, yes.
So let me be clear about this, not to offend anybody. If I had known that I would be arguing about Measure R funds to take care of the barn, I would have voted against the barn. If we build this, it has to be understood that sometimes the maintenance to take care of that, of those bleachers, may have to come from Measure R. And I encourage everybody to watch the videos, because very clearly Measure R funding is for some maintenance. And if we're going to build something like this, we may have to dip into that in order to maintain it. So the barn is like, it's another one of those things that we built that was like, wow, that's much better than I thought it was going to be. It's amazing. I think this could be the same thing, but we have to make sure that we're going to have money put aside somewhere out of one of it, because we're going to take care of the money. It's tax funds. But I want to make sure that that's clear, that Measure R understands if we pull money out of there, we may have to utilize that funding to take care of it.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear how much you said we had in Measure R a while ago.
About $7 million. I mean,
Hold up your finger so I can see there. But I'm leaning more for 3 and 4. So if we went with 3 and 4, we would be okay with the finances, right? Then I'm gonna go ahead.
okay, I'm ready.
Said if we went with the option 3 or 4. I know y'all recommended number 2 that over here, but if we went with 3 or 4, we're okay with the funding. And
For Measure R, we do have 6.8 unencumbered based on the projects that are approved in 23-24. We would also take it back to Measure R for their review and approval as well.
okay, thank you. And I'm gonna touch on what Greg Bowen said there a while ago. He's right. Because I was on the master plan committee for Ingalls Park. Mike Montgomery was on there, Mike Wilcox, and then the ladies that were on there, they all moved out of town. Everything we recommended got thrown in the garbage, like a lot of stuff. Remember the animal control thing we sat on for 4 years, Kevin? Had a stack of deals thicker than 4 LA phone books. Yeah, but Greg is right. When they tore them barns down there, they promised to rebuild them. So they engineered a deal up close to where the green fence is, down that way a little bit against that bluff. Whenever they were going to get through Grandin DG, they were going to build or make room for 100 temporary stalls. They were going to put in a RV dump, wash rack up there where people could come in and take their trailers and dump. They were going to put the temporary stalls over there, and the maintenance yard was going to go down somewhere over close to where Nellie Weaver Hall is and everything. But like I said, everything we ever done on that committee, we can't afford it. We can't put RV dump up there for the EPA. They're all over the United States at these arenas. You pull in, you can dump your tanks, fill up your regular tank with water at the same spot, wash the concrete down there with that little hose you got, and roll out of there. this bunch has always been negative for progress on that hill up there. I have beat my head against the wall, I don't know how many times in there. Kevin's in there a lot of times to get projects done. And I don't think now that we should let anything hold us up. We got everybody up there that's got a positive attitude. I don't see anybody with a minus sign on their forehead. And I think we ought to go to accommodate the groups and the people that we're trying to entertain. That is the main thing. So if you got a minus sign on your forehead, they got soap and water down there. So thank you much.
All right, I think we're pretty well done then with the workshop. So at this time, I am going to ask the city attorney to read our closed session items that are listed on the agenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going into closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, conference with real property negotiator, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation.
All right, very good, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to adjourn to our closed session. Thank you for attending the workshop. 7 o'clock, we will have a report of items from closed session, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number one, conference with legal counsel. Counsel was briefed, but there was no reportable action. Item two, real property negotiations. Counsel was briefed, no reportable action. Item three, labor negotiations. Counsel did not hear, that was taken off calendar. Item four, anticipated litigation. There was no authorization to file a code enforcement action.
All right, very good. So this evening, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Alleman. And then since Pastor Daniel's not here, I'll go ahead and do the invocation today. All right, so if you'll go ahead and remain standing for our invocation. I should have said that before. Dear Lord, thank you for this time that we are here to gather together and take care of the business of this wonderful city. We thank you for the blessings that we have here in Norco, our hardworking staff, our residents that care so deeply about our community. And we just pray that as we enter this holiday season, that we would all reflect on the blessings that we have, help those that we can help, and be thankful and show grace during this time as well. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, item number one on the agenda. If you're a high school kid coming in, your worksheets are in the back row. Item number one, reports on regional boards. So we are going to go ahead and start with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
So I think the big takeaway is Norco High graduate Aaron Hake is now the director of the RCTC. We're very excited about that. We now have a ringer. I mean, we now have an ally in that group, so I'm excited about that. And then I would like to announce Norco's new mascot. Now we're going to have to take that to a vote at the end of the meeting and put it on the next agenda. But take it away, Cyclone. Can Robin tell us about this strange animal? But I think that this is a perfect mascot for the city of Norco. What kind of animal is this?
So that Cyclone is the newest member of the Shady Acre Farm family. He is a micro mini little steer that we purchased for petting zoos at the school farm and at our farm as well. You are all welcome when the gates open to come by and say hi. He gives the best hugs.
So anyway, at the end of this meeting, I will be making and we can have a couple of mascots. This will be our bovine mascot. Because I'm sure once the gates open to this, we're going to hear about the horse mascots that are going to want to come. But anyway, I just think this thing's the cutest little fat thing I ever saw. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Alleman.
Nothing to report on regional boards at this time.
All right, Councilmember Hannah.
Thank you, Kevin, for giving part of my report. I attended the Kathy Asvito Spirit of Norco Monument unveiling and attended the Veterans Day ceremony. And if you'll go to RCTC's website, they have the new traffic relief plan out. It's www.trafficreliefplan.org. You need to see what's in the future for the traffic relief. On December the 6th, Wednesday at 10 a.m. over here where the train station is in Corona, they're going to have the ribbon cutting ceremony for the opening of the 15 to 91 express lanes connector. Everybody's excited about that getting open there. And our executive director, Ann Mayer, she's been there in the transportation for 40 years. And 16 of it, she's been the executive director of RCTC. She'll be retiring in the spring of 2024, and the assistant director Aaron Hake, he's been selected as the next, RCTC Executive Director, so he'll take over next spring. But I tell you about Ann Mayer, I was on that board for 11 years and now I'm back on there. I have never seen anybody in the staff that could gather up the money like that lady can for all these road projects and bridges, and they bring them in for us to vote on, and then her and her staff is on a plane to Washington DC and they come back with the money. It's just been about 100% every time they went to get that. So they've done a lot of good while she's been director. A lot of new roads, bridges, and overpasses and everything. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Chino Basin Desalter Authority Board of Directors meeting. And then also, I've renamed it our subcommittee on Integrated Waste Management Services Subcommittee, which is our trash contract that we're working on. We meet again tomorrow, and we had 5 different trash companies submit proposals to us, and that we've completed our ratings of the companies, and then we're going to be reviewing those tomorrow and go into the next couple of steps with our consultant. So that's moving forward, and congratulations to Mr. Grunmeyer on your new family member. I know you have competition now.
All right, and I have nothing to report at this time, so we'll move on to item number, oh, before I do that, if there are any members of the audience that have ballots for the LMD vote, you can bring them up to the city clerk for check-in at this time if you would like. So moving on to item number 2, which is our consent calendar. Are there any items that my colleagues up here would like to have pulled?
2C.
2C. Okay. Any other items? 2C. All right. Any cards from the audience?
Yes, Mayor. Randy Moroni asked for 2I on the ADUs to be pulled.
All right. If there are no other items to be pulled, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
There's a second. All right. Been moved and seconded for consent. We'll have our vote.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, very good. So moving on to item number 3, our pulled items. We'll start with 2C with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
So I just had a question, I guess, to Alma. The amendment, the objective development standards, 2 spaces to 1.5 spaces. Why did we do that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's for our housing element. We made a commitment in our housing element. And this item is going to come before the city council, probably the next meeting. So we'll be discussing it.
So it's state law?
It was part of the commitment that we, in the programs in our housing element, in the conversation with the state, they basically told us that the parking requirement for that particular size unit was too high. So we committed to amend our objective development standards parking requirements to comply with what the state was requesting.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is yet another move by the state that because I do get a call from one very sharp resident that was asking about this, and so it's It's another week that we have to comply with state law or state mandates. Because it's not really a law, is it? It's kind of a mandate for us.
Yeah, again, it depends on the kind of criteria that we have. So
So
they see it as,
they kind of go, okay, Corona will do it this way, and we'll do it this way for Norco. No. That's kind of true though, huh? Yeah, it is. She's shaking her head yes. I wish she'd just say yes. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimously.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So moving on to item 2I, Mr. Maroney, do you want to come up to the podium?
So again, year and 9 months, still working on my supposedly getting approved ADU. So anyway, I have 3 categories here I want to go through real quick. One is that it seems like everything is lumped in the ADU, regardless if you're a illegal unit, legal unit, or permitted unit. So I'm a little flustered with that. So what I wrote down was approval structure, guest house, granny flat, in-law suite, etc. with approval plans prior to 1980 should not pay school fees of $5,000 for the project. The property is paying $400 a year since it was built, in my case, 1975. Fees should not be enforced because of minor interior changes to move into the ADU name, basically. There is no burden on the school district or the school system because it's always been here. Should be treated just as a remodel because you're changing from, if it's whatever the name you want to call it, if you're going to change it into an ADU from a granny flat, guest house, whatever, it's minor changes. So especially in my case, because I have approved plans from 1975 for the structure, because we're talking about structures. I believe the second item, a new ADU development from scratch should pay all fees, including school fees and anything that's new. The third thing, an illegal structure, a bootleg. I get this. No plans, no permits, etc. should require to pay all fees and school fees and pass health and safety brought up to code and current. So why should I be lumped up with an illegal unit, or why should I be lumped into a brand spanking new building that's being built? And that's what I'm kind of looped into with the way the ADU thing is set up right now. So the other question I have is that the form that I received from Alma to go to the school district, basically, it's vague because, again, if I did this, they're going to come back and ask me, well, do you pay school fees? You pay not, because you're not building anything. It already exists. It had pre-plans prior in 1975. So they're going to be just in the dark. And I would like to see what the city and anybody that's doing an ADU see what they're turning into the school district first. That was my second item. My third item, I know I'm going to come up with this, so I want to address it now. My plans and engineering were done 8 times from my engineer. There was problems with that, rewrites, and for some reason my loft got took off. The loft has always been there as part of the original engineering plan. So I want to put that back in. I want to get rid of the X's that the engineering department has put on the plans and get a good, clean document that's submitted. So I'm going to be over 1,200 and some odd square feet. So this year they passed Newsom and ADU deal. They passed it. You can go over the threshold of 1,200 square feet. So it's a conversion of existing accessory structure or portion of existing primary residence to an ADU is not subject to size requirements. For example, an existing 3,000 square foot barn converted to an ADU would not be subject to size requirements, regardless of local government has adopted ordinances. So I'm going to be a little bit over, not by much, but I just don't want to go another circus and every month I'm standing here.
I want to get this done. I'm sure all the departments do as well as you guys want to get it done because it's just going on and on. So that's my point. Think about that. Not having ADUs put all in one bucket. There's different things that are going to come up different way they're laid out that were approved and non-approved. But I think you should be strict on non-approved or brand new construction. But somebody has plans that are built 1975 approved, stamped by the city. Those should still stand. And I shouldn't have to pay school fees because I am paying $400 for my taxes every year. It's there, been paying. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion on 2I. Is there a second? All right, we will.
Please vote.
Oh, there it goes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Newton voting no.
All right, very good. Moving on to item number 4, public comments. We'll have the city clerk take care of this.
I have no public comments this evening.
Well, all right. Moving on to item number 5, our discussion items. 5A, ordinance number 1107, first reading. So that'll be our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your attention on this item tonight. So I want to introduce Connor Pemberton. Come on up, Connor. Connor is one of our administrative interns in our city hall. Connor is completing his senior year at Cal State Fullerton in the Public Administration Department. So we have 3 senior students who've been working with us through the fall, and Connor is one of those students putting in his required internship hours with us. So we're happy to have him. So Connor has a presentation tonight on a project he's worked on, and I will turn it over to Connor to make the presentation.
All right, well, thank you, Lori. Hi, my name is Connor Pemberton. I'm a student at Cal State Fullerton, and I'm an administrative intern here for the city of Norco. Today I'll be presenting ordinance number 1107 for the catalytic converter theft. So some background. Go ahead, Shane. So some background before I delve into our ordinance here. Catalytic converters are a device that's attached to the undercarriage of a vehicle that reduces the emissions from that vehicle. These contain minerals such as rhodium, platinum, and palladium, which can be recycled for substantial profit. These thefts cause thousands of dollars worth of damages to citizens with very little chance of those committing these acts a chance at prosecution. And ultimately, this foots the bill right back to the victims of these crimes. And then throughout Riverside County, there have been 200 reported thefts in 2022 and close to 300 as of July 1st of 2023. To help combat this, Riverside County recently passed ordinance number 987, which aimed to reduce the number of thefts within the county. And this went into effect October 12th of this year. And the ordinance, however, only applies to the unincorporated areas of the county. And within Norco, we have experienced some catalytic converter thefts of our own within our own community, with 31 thefts happening in 2022 and 19 as of today of 2023. And moving to our proposed ordinance, this ordinance would encompass the incorporated areas of the city of Norco. And this ordinance is important to the community as it gives the sheriff department the means to prosecute those caught with a stolen catalytic converter. It achieves this by having individuals caught with a catalytic converter present proof of ownership. And this proof of ownership can be any document clearly identified and identifying the vehicles from which the converter originated from. This can be a bill of sale with photographs, verifiable documentation from an auto shop, verifiable document from the previous owner, photograph of the vehicle, or a vehicle registration with a identification number etched onto the catalytic converter. And other cities have also adopted similar ordinances that fall in line with Riverside County, such as Eastvale and Corona. And that is all I have right now. So I'll open up to any questions you guys have for me.
All right, Connor, thank you for the presentation. Kevin, any questions?
Another business the government takes away. No, I'm kidding. Well done. Well done. Were you nervous?
Yes.
You did very well.
Thank
I
you.
have no questions. Thank you.
No questions. Appreciate the work on this. Thank you.
Greg? Berwin? All right. Look at that. No questions. You did a very thorough job. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you.
We will open it up for public comment.
I have no public comments, Mayor.
All right. Then we will go ahead and bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there we go. And then Colin.
It's
It's probably the last time this will happen to you.
An ordinance of the
Please
City
vote.
Council of the City of Norco, California, amending Norco Municipal Code Title IX, Peace, Safety, and Morals to add Chapter 9.53, Catalytic Converter Theft.
All right, very good.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item 5B, discussion of a 6th Street overpass patriotic mural that will also be our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mayor Pro Tem Bash suggested we add this to your agenda for discussion. So we haven't done a lot of work on this, but we did get assistance from yet another intern, Alaric Nickloff, who could not be here tonight. So with Alaric's assistance, I do have a little bit of information to share with you to prep you for a discussion. Thanks, Dana. So which button do I push on this thing? The big one? There we go. So this is the image that Mayor Pro Tem had received and that we had shared from the resident here in town. With a little Google reverse search, our intern was able to discover this mural is in Dover, Delaware, where it is marking the entrance to the Dover Air Force Base. And it was painted recently in honor of a airman who was killed in action in Iraq in 2007. She was the first woman killed in combat in Iraq. So the Delaware DOT worked with the folks in town to complete this mural. So that was the example we were given. We did a little bit of research to try to see if we could find a similar art project in California just to get some order of magnitude about how this would work. This is in up north in Eureka, has recently done this. This is the visualization, but the mural was actually recently completed. Cost of about $300,000 for the complete Caltrans permitting, the artist, the work, and so forth. So that does not include the signage. That's a future project for Eureka. That's just the mural itself. So that is, it's a really pretty art piece that was just done. So a little bit about how this works. We've discovered, so Caltrans does have this program you'll see on the slide. Every region in California has a regional art coordinator who works with the local agency or private sector group, whomever it might be, to look at establishing a mural or any kind of art that's in the right of way. It does require the 4 agreements you see listed in the second bullet there, which includes obviously approval of the work itself, but also a maintenance agreement and assignment of the rights of the artwork have to be assigned to Caltrans by the artist, and then obviously an encroachment permit. And Caltrans does walk agencies through this process. They have a whole list of requirements and so forth, but I did share a few of them. The second one is really interesting. It does require that the sponsor of the art be responsible for the full life cycle cost. So not just the design of the work and the installation, but also its ongoing maintenance. its ultimate removal. So there is an end date, right? When it has to come down, it has to be removed at the sponsor's cost. Any electricity for lighting has to come from a non-state source, so a meter nearby or whatever. So there's the sponsor, if you will, has to sort of take that whole life cycle and have responsibility. One interesting thing is the Caltrans rules don't provide for text, which is interesting on the art itself. So this is, I've got 2 slides here showing the map that Caltrans has for the process for determining how the art goes. And this is, as you can just see, there's a lot of steps. I didn't hope for anybody to be able to read this other than to illustrate there is quite a lengthy process with regard to how art is installed on the state's property. So I'll put that up there. So the Dover estimate again was somewhere around $300,000. Alaric is still working on a contact in Eureka to determine their full cost. We do know the artist's fee, but we don't know the costs. One of the things that's interesting is that it does require, Caltrans requires that the work be performed for safety, obviously, performed overnight, and that it does require lane closures. So the work is overnight, the lane is shut down under the freeway so that the art can be done for safety. So obviously that's at considerable cost. And then the wider your freeway gets, right? We have an interchange like 6th Street that's pretty wide. I think that's full 8 lanes under there. If you count the shoulders and the shoulders on each side, that is quite a bit. However, there are some cities in California that have received Caltrans beautification grants. And I am not familiar with that at all, but it's just something, again, in this preliminary research we found. So with that, that is what we know about freeway artwork at this time. And we have just welcomed the discussion from the council.
All right. Does council have any questions of staff? Any questions? No? Any questions over here? No? All right. Are there any public comment cards?
I have no public comment cards, Mayor.
All right. We'll bring it back to council for discussion. So we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Bash.
So I'd like to see what grants are available out there, what sponsorships we might be able to find. I suspect that depending what the mural looks like, I think this is an opportunity to put Norco on the map yet again. One of the things we're always hearing about are red, white, and blue stripes going up 6th Street. Very possible we might be. I mean, I would like to find out funding sources for this. I think it could be very simple. I mean, I like kind of the flag motif that I saw up there, but maybe that's something we put out to bid. You know, maybe the anonymous source that did our 100-year logo, maybe talk to, if we can get that anonymous person. So, might be able to come up with something. I'd like to see some ideas, but mainly I'd like to see funding sources and see if we can get some sponsorships.
Catherine?
So Lori, when hearing what Councilmember Bash, Mayor Pro Tem Bash said, when we say like to look at what would that take in terms of staff time or what would we need, what would that process look like? Would it just be a matter of we have our intern look and see what money's available with the grants? Because I feel like that's an easier process. But if we're looking at sponsorships, do we need to be further along the process or?
I think you have options, but one suggestion would be is, yeah, we could definitely have some interest, do some preliminary research and understand what those grant pots are and see if we can get in the pipeline. I'm not clear if we have to have a design, like an artist selected in an actual project, or we could pursue a grant when we're in the conceptual stage. So we'll want to find that out. But one thing we could do is include a project for a patriotic overpass mural in our capital improvement program as an unfunded project for a future year. So we have a place marker and it's kind of on the list. And then we could pursue it with grant funding at that time. That may be an option that we could do.
So that we have an approved project to show if that's a requirement.
Yeah,
for,
it's
like,
in
a
our
grant,
capital improvement
right?
program. It's not funded, but here the council's committed to a future year to do this project, and that might assist. So.
Okay, that's a good idea. So a couple of things. Yeah, absolutely. If we can get grant funding because, you know, depending on if it's $500,000, right, that might change what we're looking at. And certainly would want to do something that is unique to Norco, not just the same as what was done maybe in Delaware. And so I would be interested in seeing, you know, what the requirements are for Caltrans, and then looking at where we are before we go forward again, if there's really, you know, a feasible way to fund the project before we spend a lot of staff time.
Greg?
Thank you. Couple of thoughts on this. I'd like to see us use our intern to do most of this work. I don't want to put any more burden at this time on our staff. That I'll disagree with you, Kevin, on using the words simple and Caltrans in the same sentence. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to happen. One thing maybe we should consider, would this be on both sides of the overpass or one side? And then maybe as you get further down the road, this might be a good project for our Veterans Commission to kind of lead, or with a subcommittee on that basis. So, just a couple of thoughts on that. But certainly worth looking into. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, may I add to that? Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Newton raising that. We definitely have a full plate this year with regard to projects and that we are delivering. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't put this project again on the future CIP for looking at studying, completing, and with funding. And definitely the Veterans Commission being involved would be wonderful.
Berwin?
I like the idea. Like Greg, I don't know if you put it on one side or both sides, but I definitely think the Veterans Commission needs to be involved. And do exactly take care of it. No, I'm all for it. Figure it out how we're gonna do it. Thank you.
All right. I would agree, just like other Norco projects, but a few folks on it. Let's figure out how to get it done. So with that completes that item. We're going to move on to number 6, which are our public hearings. And then just for informational, for our audience, we'll have our staff report and presentation. Council will ask questions of staff. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at that time and take public comment. After that concludes, we'll close the public hearing and then we'll bring it back to council for discussion and action. So with that, 6A is our financing for the Clark Terrace Apartments Affordable Housing Project. And so that's going to be Representative Travis Cooper.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Travis Cooper. I'm with the California Municipal Finance Authority. We're here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed by tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Human Good Affordable Housing has asked the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $30 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to finance the acquisition and rehabilitation of an 80-unit qualified residential rental project located at 2660 and 2680 Clark Avenue within the city. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regards to repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. The resolution will also authorize the mayor or designee thereof to execute the joint powers of authority agreement with the CMFA. We also have a representative of Human Good, or Estelina, is here for any questions regarding the project. That'll answer any questions as well.
All right, very good. Does council have any questions regarding the report so far?
Good evening. basically how, I know we won't have any obligation with this, but what is the end purpose of the $30 million? How will it be spent?
It's an acquisition rehabilitation project, so it'll be used to purchase the project and then essentially do remodel, like a remodel of the project. With more specifics, I'm sure Oris can answer anything more specific.
Well, maybe a little more specifics. With remodeling the project, since this is through the state, is it a prevailing wage project?
First off, good evening. My name is Orest Dolanyuk. For the record, I'm with Good Affordable Housing. We are the current owners and are proposing this project. Specifically to the prevailing wage question, no, it is not. In and of themselves, the process we're undertaking does not require prevailing wage for the work itself. So specifically there, to that question, the answer is no. Just to give you a general idea of what we're doing, what we're planning to do, we are currently the owners and operators of the facility. They're the two 40-unit buildings just down the street here. And undertaking this process allows us to essentially recapitalize the building, do some upgrades, rehab. Our intent is essentially to modernize the units, give them new kitchens, new bathrooms, and do kind of upgrades to elevators, common areas, typical things you would see in any private residence or apartment building. We're utilizing this process with the tax-exempt financing to obtain tax credits and bring in an investor that will do that. Overall, we're going to be spending about $9 million in hard construction costs to put into the building. The $30 million is a little misleading. We're not taking $30 million of bonds out. We will have an $18 million construction loan, which then our tax credit investor comes in and we take out most of that construction loan, and in the end, we'll have about a $4 million loan against those properties, which will be paid like any other loan by the revenue of the building itself. Just to make one last thing, just to make you aware in the community where the residents who are currently there, no one's being displaced, no one's being kicked out. Everyone's aware of what's going on there. We've had meetings with the residents. We will be temporarily relocating them so we can do the work in their units. That's the cost that we will bear. That's not something the residents will bear. And then they get to move back into their new units.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Are there any residents that are going to be, with the magnitude of the project, will residents be displaced? And
temporarily while
so
construction occurs.
Temporarily, where will they be displaced to?
Well, we give residents two options, and we have relocation specialists that come in and interview the residents one-on-one. They either have an option to go to friends and family, and we pay typically a stipend to do that, to cover those costs. Or the other option is we put them up in short-term stay, like extended stay suite hotels that have kitchens available for them, and we cover those costs. We anticipate construction in any one unit will be about 30 days. So again, we're not moving them out for months on end. We phase through the building, typically about 10 units, anticipate 8 phases, 10 units each.
And then how do you account for if any of those residents have special needs?
Again, we interview the individual resident, address any needs one-on-one, whether it's an accessibility need, whether, mobility needs. And again, we provide an equivalent facility for them to move into if they have any special accommodations. We make sure that's.
And transportation.
Generally, again, they are independent living units. We don't normally provide day-to-day transportation, but if there's special accommodations that need to be made, certainly we try and work with residents the best we can.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So with the moving of the furniture, who moves the furniture out and back in?
We do. That is our cost. Again, we cover the cost of relocation completely. That's part of our overall project budget. Movers come in at our expense. Residents are welcome to stay there, watch the movers. They move everything out, store it temporarily. Residents take with them what they'll need for about a month. Generally, it's clothes, medication, those types of things. And then when the unit's ready again, we move the resident back in. The mover puts the furniture back.
Okay. Second question, is there going to be any rehab done to the air conditioning and heating
Yes.
of the units?
Yeah, all the units have what are called package terminals in the units. All of those are being replaced.
So there shouldn't be any issues with residents who are having, I've heard from some residents with the AC and the heating that they've been having issues. So now they're gonna have, it'll be all new.
Everyone
So
should
no
have a
one
new-
should be
new
having
AC in their
issues
unit.
staying warm or staying cool. Okay.
Yeah, and then
Okay. And then my last question, will this extend the affordability covenant on the units?
yes, it does. Currently, we have HUD restrictions of 40 years, which on the older building are about 25 years in. Under these agreements, the tax exempt bond agreement actually extends at 55 years. And then we're signing a new use agreement with HUD as well. So we will have the remainder of the 40-year, about 20 years left, plus a new 20-year agreement on top of that.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, there's
There's
basically 40
more
to 50 years. of
moving
affordability.
forward. Okay,
Yes.
for our seniors. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you for answering all the questions. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Do we have any comments?
I have no public comments, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Bring it back to council for discussion and action.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, very good. So moving on to item 6B, consideration of alternative forms of resolutions to declare the results of the assessment ballot tabulation for LMD2. So we'll have the staff presentation, council questions. We will open up the public hearing, have our speakers close the public hearing, and then we'll recess for ballot tabulation and then come back for council action. So with that, we are going to have our report from our Facilities and Maintenance Director, Hamilton.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight I have before you two public hearings for Landscape Maintenance Districts 2 and 3. These public hearings are for the residents in these districts to vote on an increased assessment for fiscal year 24-25. As stipulated in the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, the continuation of an existing landscape maintenance district assessment shall be reviewed and approved each fiscal year. Over the last several years, the City Council has reviewed the annual assessments and discussed the continued deficits found in landscape maintenance districts 2 and 3. Since the rates in these districts have been outpaced by cost, even with annual CPI adjustments, ballot measures for these two districts have been set for tonight's meeting to allow property owners an opportunity to consider adjusting assessment rates to cover basic O&M costs, along with future CIP costs in these districts. We will have two public hearings, item 6B and item 6C. The following steps will take place for each public hearing. City Council will open the public hearing and will see public testimony. The public hearing will be closed and City Council will discuss the matter. We will have a recess for the city clerk to tabulate the ballots. And once we have the final tabulation of each district, the City Council will then adopt the appropriate resolution to either increase the assessment for the district or abandon proceedings. This presentation will cover both public hearings with a brief overview of each district's budget, proposed increases, and the informational messaging that took place to inform residents of the ballot measures. LMD2 is comprised of 219 parcels and has a service level deficit, meaning that the level of service is not adequate or up to the city's typical standards for neighborhood upkeep. In addition, the original trail fencing is deteriorating and in need of replacement. However, the district lacks the funding to complete the fencing capital project. The district also lacks a capital reserve to maintain and replace the amenities in the future. The total district levy for fiscal year 23-24 was $183,000. The annual budget for this district is $200,000. The beginning fund balance of this current fiscal year was $704, and the projected fund balance at the end of this fiscal year is in the red of almost $16,000. The ballot measure incorporates a 16% increase for the property owner approval. This 16% increase provides a fix to the service level deficit now and in the future, and allows for property owners to see new assessment revenues invested in capital improvements in their neighborhood. The 16% increase also provides fence replacement on a 20-year cycle and funding of capital reserves to maintain improvements with the assessment per home of $969. This is an increase of $134 from the current year. LMD3 is comprised of 82 parcels and has a service level deficit. The current annual assessment does not cover current operations and maintenance, along with the need to replace the original trail fencing. The fund balance is declining and the district lacks any capital reserves. The total district levy for this fiscal year is $102,000. The annual budget for this fiscal year is $123,000. The estimated fund balance at the beginning of this fiscal year started off in a deficit of over $5,000. And the estimated fund balance at the end of this current fiscal year will be in a deficit of over $25,000. The ballot measure incorporates a 19% increase for property owner approval. This 19% increase provides a fix to the service level deficit now and in the future. It also allows property owners to see a near-term improvement with new fencing. This recommendation will create a balanced O&M budget. In addition, it would provide for fence repairs on a 20-year replacement cycle and an assessment per home of $1,489. This is an increase of $238 from the current year. Once the City Council approved the initiation of the assessment ballot measure, staff began working with the communications manager on developing informational postcards, lawn signs, a QR code, and an informational page on the city's website. To date, we have mailed out save-the-date postcards for public meetings, FAQ postcard mailers, the ballots and letters, and confirmation postcard mailers as a reminder for residents to turn in their ballots. In addition, we have installed 35 lawn signs in the districts to ensure residents were aware of the ballot measure. We have included the ballot measure on top stories and have answered many phone calls and emails in regards to the proposed increases. We held 3 public informational meetings, one at Norco Park, where Nova brought trucks and equipment for residents to be acquainted with the work that happens in their district. We had 6 attendees at this event. We also held a virtual meeting for residents and had 6 attendees at this meeting as well. Then the last meeting was held at City Hall, where we had 5 attendees. To be voted, the ballots must be returned to the city clerk prior to the conclusion of the public hearing. After holding the public hearing to receive public testimony, assessment ballots submitted and not withdrawn will be tabulated. Once again, we will have 2 public hearings, item 6B and item 6C. At this time, we will have City Council ask any questions to staff, and then we will proceed with the public hearing proceedings.
Thank you for the presentation. Kevin, do you have any questions of staff? Greg, do you have any questions of staff?
I don't have a question. I have a comment. That I want to let you know how much I appreciate your work and all your staff's work on this, notwithstanding that LMDs are a difficult proposition. And no matter how it turns out, I want to let you know that I appreciate all your efforts and staff's efforts in this. And your community outreach was extremely successful. Thank you.
Berwin, any questions? I had a question for you from your presentation. You talked about that you did get some emails and phone calls.
Yes.
Do you have like an idea of how many? And it doesn't have to be exact, just a ballpark.
Probably maybe about 10 phone calls and about maybe 3 emails.
And
over the period.
Okay, in your impression, were they positive interactions and were you able to engage the residents to understand a little bit more about the LMDs in the process?
They were positive. They were positive. You know, some people, they just want to focus on Measure R. But overall, it was positive and it was informative for them, especially LMD2, to know that they actually have a park in their district that they maintain, and that's part of their formation documents. So it was very informative for a lot of people. So we got a lot of good feedback.
All right, good. And I just want to echo what Greg said. I think as far as outreach on a hearing, this has been the most that the city's ever done. And so I certainly appreciate the work that was put in to notify the residents and have them engage in the process. So thank you for all of that. All right, so at this time, we are going to open the public hearing. I do want to announce one more time that ballots can be submitted up until the close of the public hearing. So if you still have a ballot in your possession, please bring those forward to the city clerk. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have speaker cards?
Mayor, I have no speaker cards for this item.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And again, no.
Public hearing on 6B, 6C, or both at the same time.
6B, we're doing them individually, correct? Yes, just 6B. So no other ballots in the audience? Closing the public hearing. So at this time, we are going to recess so that the clerk can tabulate the ballots, unless you guys want more jokes from Mayor Pro Tem Pat. Okay, so the audience wants a recess instead of jokes. All right. So,
I have a joke.
oh, we'll do one joke from
joke.
Newton and then we'll take like a short recess. How long,
And it-
Dana, if you had to guess, like 10-minute recess?
And it
Okay.
has a Thanksgiving theme
Oh, aren't we lucky? Let's hear it.
because I forgot my sermon. What type of music did the Pilgrims listen to? Plymouth Rock.
Oh my gosh. All right. And that, folks, is why nobody wants to hear jokes during our breaks. So recess for 10 minutes. again, just want to say thank you to staff for their outreach. This was a huge turnout for the ballots on this. So I guess we'll hear what the ballots were.
Thank you, Mayor. There were 219 ballots that were mailed for District 2. We received 89 mailed ballots back in. 49 ballots were against or in opposition. 39 were for, and one was spoiled with no signature. So it did not pass. That was 2.
All right, so then at this time for council action, we will entertain a motion, which looks like it would be to adopt resolution 2023 70 declaring a majority protest in the proceedings, and we would abandon proceedings to increase the assessment. So that's my motion.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. So then we're going to go on to item C. And so we've already had the staff presentation and council questions. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for LMD 3. Do we have any cards?
We have no public comment cards at this time.
All right, so then we are going to go ahead and close the public hearing and recess again for the count of the ballots. So we are recessed while staff counts ballots for LMD 3. We are coming back together for item 6C. And we are going to have a report of the vote.
Mayor, there were 82 ballots mailed out to the community. 39 ballots were received back. Against was 22. For was 17. It did not pass.
Okay. So then for this particular item, with the majority protest, I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-71 that declare the results of the assessment ballot showing a majority protest and abandon the proceedings for the increased assessment.
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 7, city staff. Any reports? All right, city attorney, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add and echo the council's comments with regard to the outreach in LMD2 and LMD3. I mean, the staff were, our mission was to make sure that every property owner had the information they needed to make a fully informed decision. And I feel like we really hit that mark with our creative opportunities, all kinds of really interesting outreach. I think for our facilities and maintenance staff, they work really hard to keep these districts looking great. I know it doesn't feel good, but you guys are amazing. You're doing a great job with what you have. And I think we're all super proud of that, and knowing that you're just making the best with every dollar you have. And so you are appreciated, and we support you. So anyway, I want to just give our kudos to our team.
City council.
Seeing that, look, I've 2 items tonight. One is for Chad. On Valley View, right by the curve, right north of the flood channel between 5th and 4th, right by there's a church right there. That highway guardrail, that's the Berwin-Hanna highway guardrail, has been hit and in disrepair for months. What is the expected time frame for replacement and repair? You know the one I'm talking about. Pardon?
Yeah, 'cause that keeps the cars out of Eddie's front yards.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of like, I don't know if I'm quite buying that. It's been damaged for months now. And there's one supplier in Stanton that sells highway guardrail. That's it. And we installed it the last time. Pardon? Staff installed that guardrail.
Yeah, Public Works put that in about 8 or 10 years ago because the people kept running that curve and going into Eddie's damn yards. And they come out there and, Lori Askew was the city engineer then, and they come out there and put that in, and I think it's been hit once before this time, hadn't it?
Yep. I mean, it's mangled up. And so I'd like us to accelerate that because that's a sole source supplier. Right there, and it's called Highway Guardrail Company in Stanton. It's real simple. My second item is, I've talked to city manager about this, and it has to do with issuing grading permits before building permits. So I would like council support on either if we have to put it on an agenda or direction to management is either a resolution or an ordinance regarding grading permits that We issue those when building plans or entitlements are completed or submitted. In the short sense, whichever is the most stringent.
Mayor, if I may, we can bring back, I'd suggest we bring back a discussion because we've been doing research on the ordinance that was fixed maybe 10 years ago. So we can bring back what we have and we can noodle on what might be better language that the council wants to see.
Just concerned about some current projects that maybe we need to have this on the books officially instead of kind of sort of policy.
All right. very
Thank you.
good. Catherine, anything?
I received a lot of compliments on our Veterans Day ceremony, and that was the first official one that our commission took over. And one of my good friends, they bought a brick for his uncle, who was a veteran who served, and it was very meaningful for him to see his brick. And it was the first time he'd been to our memorial and the ceremony. So just want to extend the thanks to staff and the commission and everyone who volunteered. And it was a very lovely way to celebrate and recognize our veterans.
December 7th at the memorial, we're doing our annual Pearl Harbor Day. We have Jeff Anderson, who is trains service dogs, longtime Narconian, who now lives in Texas with all the snakes. And but he has a beautiful place there, except for the snakes. And then I would like to agendize to make Cyclone our mascot for at least a year. May I please have a second? I'm not. No, we never approved it because he wanted money, if you remember. That horse died. So, yeah. Hell yeah.
He didn't pay the fee so he could pay for his vet bills.
He lived in the LMD. No. So I guess I'm not going to get a second. And that's too bad because Cyclone is would be an amazing mascot. Short, fat, but cute.
Gosh, you're gonna give him a complex already. All right. Those are fighting words, Newton. Fighting words. Oh, look at you with all the jokes tonight. Jeez Louise. At least Alma thinks you're funny. I don't see anybody else still laughing, but Alma's cracking up over there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting before it goes any further downhill than it already has. Meeting adjourned at 8:45.